It is day one of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games from the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex in Birmingham, Alabama. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Chase Ingram as we are set for event 3 in your programs. It's event 1 for the 50 to 54 age group on down to the 35 to 39-year-old age group. We're going to start with the 50 to 54-year-olds here. And this one is a sprint, just 2 movements. We got overhead squats and dumbbell lunges.
Listen, if you're going to test masters in the CrossFit Games, you're going to bring in the overhead squats. But like you said, Sean, it's going to be fast, it's going to be furious, and it's all going to come down to execution and doing things the right way. A couple keys to success here is ride that line, but ride it below parallel. We're talking about overhead squats. They're lightweight, but push the pain. There is no room to pace. It is a straight-up race from start to finish.
Athletes are taking the floor for the first of 2 heats for the 50 to 54-year-old women. 2 heats of 15. The odd number lanes will be on the left side of the floor, and the even number lanes will be on the right side of the floor. And we also have one camera out there on the floor as well, trying to bring you some of the action from up close. They will work towards the middle and then back. They will do their 25 overhead squats. They will perform 4 lengths of the dumbbell lunges of that 20-foot section from line to line, the middle part where you can see the person in the hat walking is sort of off limits, and then they will finish underneath the rig. So it's, to quote one of my favorite shows, it's middle out.
It is middle out, and each one of those sections, Sean, will be 5 feet in length, and that'll come into play later on the day because right now simultaneous competition is happening. So we're talking about handstand walks. That'll be a different story. I don't think anybody's dropping the dumbbells here, but the pace at which these athletes are going to go, I really like the back and forth here between stabilizing a bar overhead in that overhead position for the squats itself, but then you've got that dumbbell farmer carry position and just a lot of taxing here. And if you think about it, one of those major things when it comes to the Masters division is things that perishable skills, mobility, stability. Overhead squats are a wonderful test for both those things.
The event description will be on top of your screen. We will informally keep time here at the desk. There's a 3-minute time cap. Now the weight will stay the same for all the divisions. For the women, it's 55 pounds on the overhead squat, 35 pounds on the dumbbell. For the men, 75 pounds and 50. And we are set for the first of 2 heats for the 50 to 54-year-old women. And we are underway again. Odd number lanes on the left side, even number lanes on the right side.
And the time cap, Sean, is just 3 minutes for this event. So we said it's fast. It is fast, and that's what you're looking for on the right side of your screen. Just good quality depth, making sure we're extending all the way. And a lot of times it's not necessarily the depth that athletes will miss on an overhead squat, especially at this light load, but it's the extension at the top that they're going to have to hit.
So look at Tia Gebbe, 2-time CrossFit Games athlete, best finish coming in 2022, where she finished second. 25 overhead squats to open things up here. Judge's hand in the air, and we have an athlete moving onto the dumbbells, top side of the floor.
Looks like Allison Strand in lane number 16 in the white top, blue knee sleeves, but she just got passed. In lane 14, Stella Barden. Now Stella's actually an MC during the CrossFit Games season, the French Throwdown. Now she's here competing on the floor.
Lane 13 is Stella Ladau. She's in the all black, heading back towards the rig. 4 total lengths here, and then back to the overhead squats.
And the dumbbells started in the middle, so it's down and back twice. Feet must start behind the line. Feet must get past the line.
First back to the barbell for the first to draw blood there. Lane number 7 did those overhead squats up and moving. So where the white top
and now Ladau is back to the barbell. She's the second woman there. As in lane 7, Carol Metzen, she's in the white top, black long pants, right side of your screen. She was the first to the barbell, and we are about a minute 56 in here. That's unofficial. Ladau in the black shorts, she's your leader, along with Carol Mezin in the long black pants, white shirt towards the top. 25 final overhead squats at 55 pounds here. Opening heat for the 50 to 54-year-old women in event 3. This is their opening event, and now it's Mezin who gets across 2:15 unofficially for her.
Time cap, still 3 minutes.
And now Ladow is in.
I don't really see anybody having an issue breaking here. However, 25 reps at the end, just on the pure intensity standpoint, is where you're going to see athletes struggle here on the last 25 reps.
The more athletes starting to finish up. Lane 14, that's Stella Bartram is in the all black. And now in lane 16, closest to the camera, is Allison Sternad as she comes across. And we have about 10 seconds to go before we hit the time cap.
It's going to be close for a couple athletes.
Nicole Abbott just finished.
Athletes, we're going to count you down. 3, 2, 1.
And that will do it. So Carol Mezin unofficially the top time at 2:13 unofficially for her.
Well, I thought it'd be fast, Sean. And, I mean, the time cap's going to tell you that. When there's a 3-minute time cap, you know what's at stake here, what you're going to need to get set for this. And that's when good quality movement, no room for error in terms of judging errors, right? Don't leave it up to judge. Get below parallel, stand up all the way. Hopefully everybody's getting held at the same standard across the board because of the intensity of this event.
So unofficial time for Carol Mezin out of heat number 1, 2 minutes, 13 seconds. If you're looking for the older age groups and event number 2, that's going on the other stream. Lauren Khalil and Tommy Marquez have that covered on the main competition floor. As again, due to just equipment restraints, floor restraints, and scheduling issues, we have to do some of these events out of order. So event 3, the one you're watching now, is the first event for the 35 to 54-year-olds, and then they will move over and do event 1 and 2 later on.
It's called creativity, Sean. It's not a scheduling issues. It's scheduling creativity. And that's what's needed here. And here's the thing. Everybody's going to run the same race in the same division. So maybe the 35s will start on one floor and work their way through. But the point is that everybody's running through the same thing that are competing against each other at the same time.
So now the athletes for the second heat for the 50 to 54-year-old women are coming out onto the floor. And they will be chasing down Carol Mezin's time of 2 minutes, 13 seconds. Now again, the event at the top of your screen, 25 overhead squats, an 80-foot dumbbell walking lunge. That's 4 lengths line to line. And then 25 final overhead squats. 55 pounds on the barbell, 35 pounds on the dumbbell. Odd number lanes are on the left side. Even number lanes are on the right side. They will work towards the middle and then on the way back, and then they will finish underneath the rig on each side of the floor.
And Sean, I'm looking at just the lineup we have here for this heat, and there's just some old OG CrossFit royalty in this event. You got Cheryl Bross, Janet Black, Ada Koplinger. You have Pamela Gagnon, who's been a part of the gymnastics staff for the EDU team. We'll see how that pays off in the later event that they have with the rope climbs and handstand walks.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye also on Jen Dieter in lane number 9. Jen has been at the games every year since 2015.
Jeez.
Best finish was 3rd in 2021 in the 45 to 49-year-old division. She has 7 career event wins at the games. She is in the all black, right in the middle of your screen on the right side of the 2 women wearing all black. That's Jen Dieter in lane number 9. 2:13, Carol Mizzen from heat number 1 for the 50 to 54-year-old women is the time to beat here unofficially. You can go to Competition Corner for all the official scores and leaderboards here at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games.
Well, next to Jen's in lane 9, as you said. She's in the black shorts, white top, the smaller of the outfit. Just to her right, Cheryl Bross, and then just to her is Janet Black, who's in the yellow tank top. So 9, 11, and 13 on this side are pretty stacked.
1 minute. 1 minute.
We have action going on both floors. If you're looking for the 55 and older athletes in event number 2, that is on the other stream. That's going on the main floor. And Lauren Khalil and Tommy Marquez have that action for you. So a lot to watch here on the first of 4 days of competition at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games.
30 seconds, 30 seconds.
The judges are ready, as they have now just gotten the 30-second call. Athletes are ready.
Hey, 25 overhead squats to start this off, 55 pounds, lightweight for these athletes. Then you go into that 80-foot walking lunge, 35 pounds in each hand, and then finishing with those 25 overhead squats. Breaking is not an option here, not with a time of 2:13 from heat number 1.
1, go.
And we are underway. 25 overhead squats at 55 pounds, and you can see Jen Dieter just rifling through these. She is again towards the middle of your screen, black top, black pants. She's got the red and black knee sleeves on. Even number lanes now on the right side of the screen, and we'll keep an eye on judges' hands to see who our early leader here is on these initial 25 overhead squats. The hands are starting to go in the air here in the odd number side, lane 13, Janet Black.
When Janet had a misstep, she had a roller bar back after she ran to the dumbbells, and then she had another one stepping on the line before she started. There's no time for that in this event.
Janet Black is in the yellow top, in lane 15 is Lori Pruitt.
And then Janet just got a no rep getting the knee to the ground. And that's some of the challenges here when you program an event like this that's so fast and these athletes are so incredibly fit, is that now you have to start pushing the pace faster than you're probably used to. And those little missteps have big consequences.
All the athletes are onto the walking lunges. 1 minute into this competition, 2 minutes left here. Now Jen Dieter just got a no rep. She's getting called back.
Now Brost is done, so Brost on the right middle side.
Cheryl Brost is going to be the first back to the overhead squats by a mile as Jen Dieter is finishing up, and on the middle of your screen in the white shirt, that's Lori Pruitt now getting the barbell overhead. Only one athlete in the even lanes, down 2 onto the overhead squat, so the leaders are now on the left side of your screen. And this is the battle going on right now. Cheryl Brost in the all black.
We're
2 minutes, 13 seconds unofficially is the top time, and we are about 10 seconds away from that. The Brost with 4 reps remaining, so this one's going to be close. And she will cross the finish line first. Not sure if she got in ahead of Mezin's time. Unofficially, by our count, it's about 2 minutes, 18 seconds.
Looks like Dieter is done as well.
Jen Dieter coming across now in lane 17. Julie Ackerman is in. We've had an athlete finish over on the evens lanes.
Ada Copplinger is done, and Ro Moraes.
Now 2 more athletes coming across in a foot race.
And we had 4 athletes in the first heat that didn't get underneath the time cap. Again, time cap's 3 minutes. That'll just be 5 seconds from now.
And that is Lucianne Macias, who just came across the finish line. But it's Cheryl Brost with a time of 2 minutes, by our count, 18 seconds. So it looks like Mezin is going to take the event. That is unofficial. Competition Corner is where you'll be able to find your leaderboards and scores. But Carol Mezin, who is making her first appearance here at the CrossFit Games, she's competed at the Legends Championship before. Would be her first career event win if that result holds. The 50 to 54-year-old women are done, and the 45 to 49-year-olds will be up next, and we will have 2 heats of 20 women in that event. Take a quick break. And we'll be right back with action for the 45 to 49-year-old women here in event 3 at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. Action continues here at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex in Birmingham, Alabama, on the opening day of competition for the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. The 45 to 49-year-old women are taking the floor for event number 3. This is their opening event of the competition. Once again, we're doing things a little bit out of order here. So event number 3 will kick things off for the younger age groups. And this one is a sprint, 25 overhead squats, an 80-foot dumbbell walking lunge, and then 25 final overhead squats.
And what I like here from 35 to 54, they're all doing the same weights, the same ropes, and the same thing. They're just going to try to outrace each other the whole time. And the time we had for the 50 to 54 of 2:13, I think that's going to be a great time all the way down. If you look at some of the keys to success is ride that line, but make sure you do the range of motion you are supposed to do, because there is no room for mistakes here. Do not leave it to the judge to control your fate. And then push the pain. You're going to have to race the 25, going broken on the lunges for 80 feet, and then hold on to that bar until you get to that final 25 set. If you want to win, that's what it's going to take.
Odd number lanes are on the left side of your screen. Even number lanes are on the right side of the floor. Odd number lanes on the left side of your floor. And in the odd number lanes, in the middle of your screen in the yellow and black, that is Kelly Friel. She is the defending champion in this age group. She has won the CrossFit Games 3 straight times, 21 and 22 in the 40 to 44-year-old division, and then last year, first in the 45 to 49-year-old division.
10 seconds.
13 career event wins for Kelly Friel, so we will be watching her
Stand by.
in lane number 11.
Never finished lower than second in her career.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
And we are underway, 25 overhead squats at 55 pounds.
I think the overhead squat is the ultimate test for a Masters athlete, just because of the things you need to have as far as your box checks, good mobility, great range of motion, something that can, it's a perishable skill as you advance in age, and it's a must when I think it comes to CrossFit competition.
So judges' hands now starting to go into the air for the final 5 reps, one of whom is Kelly Friel. Yellow and black, barbell is down for Friel, and also in lane 15, Michelle B. in the white top and black shorts right there with your defending champion. Women on the other side of the floor also now on their walking lunges. 4 total lengths here, 35 pounds in each hand.
20 feet down, so they'll go back and forth twice. And we've seen a lot of no reps for a lot of different reasons. They didn't get their heel past the line. They started with their toe on the line. Their knee didn't touch. They didn't extend. And listen, this is a full gas race, and you can't have those little mistakes or else you're going to pay for it in the end.
And we just saw one on the left side of your screen. Laura Reed in lane 17 just got called back. She's in the yellow and black top closest to the camera. Now Friel is going to be done with the overhead squats. Also on the even number lanes, in lane number 10, Emma Lee was right there with Friel. Lee is in the yellow and black that you're looking at right now.
You got about 4 athletes all within 1 rep of each other.
We've been on a 2-minute mark.
2 on the right side, 2 on the left side. Friel in the yellow top, black shorts got hit with 2 no reps. So she had about a 2-rep lead, and it might be even.
And you're looking at Friel right now, part of this group. And her judge's hand now has gone into the air, and that is the only judge's hand that we have seen. Meanwhile, on the right side of the floor, as Friel has come across, she's going to take heat number 1. Emma Lee is now in, so she'll take second in the heat. Lane 15, Michelle B is across. We're going to try to get in a time on Kelly Friel. There's now more women starting to finish up this first of 2 heats. That's Ashley Fiala in the white top and black shorts in lane 14, going through her final set.
10 seconds.
So 10 seconds before we hit the time cap. And Kelly Friel waltzing back to her barbell to talk to her judge and sign her scorecard. She's going to win the heat. We're just waiting for a time on her.
Lane 11.
Kelly Friel around 2:10 unofficially to take that opening heat as she starts her title defense with, for now, a heat win.
And something to note, Sean, in the last couple of years, we've only had 10 athletes being represented at every age division, and now we have 30 to 40 in this. So there's a lot more room for error in places where you could get middled if you have a bad event versus what it has been in the last couple of years at the CrossFit Games.
We're waiting for the athletes in the second heat. Second of 2 heats for the 45 to 49-year-old women to take the floor. Again, if you're looking for the older age groups in event number 2, that is on the other stream that we have going here, and that's on the main floor. You can see that in the background where the ropes are hanging. That's where that event is taking place, and Lauren Khalil and Tommy Marquez are covering that.
A lot of different events here for these athletes. We've got a run deadlift event, and we got a rope climb, sandbag, handstand walk event. Bunch of different time domains, so a good first day of competition to see where these athletes stack up. 4 total days for these Masters athletes.
Official time for Kelly Friel, just been given that, just under 10 seconds, 2:09.8 seconds. If you're looking for official times and leaderboards, you can go to Competition Corner. They have you covered there. As we open things up here at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex in Birmingham, Alabama. The opening day for the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. And if you're just joining us, this is event 3 in your programs, but it's event 1 for these athletes as we're doing some things a little bit out of order today. But at the end of the day, just about everybody will have gone through 3 events.
And it's a good 3 events. You've got this sprint event here, 2 movements, and then we have a running ascending rep deadlift event later on, as well as rope climbs, heavy sandbag cleans, and handstand walks. So you're getting a little bit of everything on the first day of competition, and I'd be curious to see how that looks like over the next 3 days after this, because there is so much variance on today's programming.
Second heat of women, they are just off of the competition floor, getting ready to be called on. 2:09.8 seconds. That is the time to beat from Kelly Friel. Your defending champion in this age group, looking for her 4th straight CrossFit Games Masters title.
Here they come, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be Heat 2. Heat 2, 45 to 49, making their way out on the competition floor.
A sprint event here, 25 overhead squats, 80-foot dumbbell walking lunge, and then 25 overhead squats. Left side of the floor are the odd-numbered lanes. Right side of the floor are the even-numbered lanes. 20 women in this second of 2 heats for the 45 to 49-year-old women.
And Sean, as you said, 25 overhead squats at 55 pounds, 80-foot farmer-carried lunge. If you guys look in the front side of your screen, each length of those 4 sections, that's 20 feet long. So they're going to go down, back twice, and then make their way right back to the bar. The athletes that have had the fastest times, obviously not just the fastest ones, but they've had the cleanest run. Minimal no reps. You can probably get away with a couple in the overhead squats. Not saying you're getting away with, but if you get hit with 1 or 2 there, the speed at which these are cycling, that's not bad. Where we see athletes really getting trouble is that if they get one on the lunge, because they're going to push you back to the next section. So you're going to lose way more time with a mistake like that on the lunges than you will the overhead squats.
Now, we've already seen that play out in the 50 to 54-year-old age group. Jen Dieter ran into a little bit of that. Prior heat, we saw some of that too. So as you're absolutely right that those are costly no reps on that 80-foot walking lunge, which will be 4 lengths line to line there on the floor that you're looking at here. Left side again, odd numbered. Right side of the even numbered.
Where we're seeing the issues is starting with your foot on the line, not getting your knee to the ground, getting your foot past the line. You've got to be aware of your surroundings when you're racing like this.
We are underway. 2 minutes, 9.8 seconds is the time to beat from heat number 1 from Kelly Friel. 55 pounds on the barbell, 35 pounds is the weight of each dumbbell.
No rep here. They got 3 minutes to make it happen. Overhead squat, lunge, overhead squat.
The judge's hand in the air in lane 11, Gabrielle Azevedo. Lane 17 also, Olivia O'Hara is done. O'Hara on the bottom part of your screen, the yellow wristbands lunging her way to that 80 feet. Now there it is. There's that no rep.
Yep,
we just saw it in lane 14. Jenna Larson getting called back.
And you can't really make that up. You can only lunge so fast.
Lane 6 is your 2.
Another mistake is in lane 17, Olivia O'Hara dropped the dumbbells and stopped to turn around because I think thought she was done.
That's Allie. Working through. Tiffany still holding there. Lane 11 is right there as well. Lane 2 is on to her last and final.
We're now down in lane number 2. Tiffany Kempton is on the overhead squats.
Her way through in lane 2.
And now also in lane 19, Allie Crawford, far left side of your screen. She is on the overhead squat. So close race going on opposite ends of the floor between Kempton and Crawford. Kempton is towards the very upper left-hand part of your screen. She's in the yellow and the black. Approaching the 2-minute mark here, 2:09.8. That's the time to beat from Kelly Friel. And Kempton is in. And she may have won the event with that time. And now Elizabeth Warren, Olivia O'Hara is in. So we'll have to wait for Kempton's official time, as she may have bested Friel's mark by 2 seconds.
It's going to be super close between those two. O'Hara made up a lot of ground on Crawford. Because Crawford got to the bar, I want to say about 5 reps ahead of O'Hara, and O'Hara tracked her down at the end.
10 seconds.
So 10 seconds remaining before we hit the time cap. Lane 15. Pardon me, lane 14, that is Jenna Larson, who just came across signing her scorecard. And that will do it, but it's Tiffany Kempton.
Unofficial 207.
207 unofficially, and if that holds, she will be your event winner.
And not much faster than we saw from the 50 to 54 women. Best time there was 2:13. Best time here is right around that 2:08, 2:09 mark. So just a matter of 5 seconds between the two divisions.
And now we will reset the floor as the two heats of the 45 to 49-year-old women are done. And the 40 to 44-year-old women will be up next. We will take a quick break. We'll be back with the 40 to 44-year-old women here in Event 3, the opening event for these athletes at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. Action continues here on the opening day of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex. The 40 to 44-year-old women are taking the floor now for their opening heat in event number 3, their opening event here in Birmingham. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. And event number 3, may as well just start things out with a sprint here.
And started with overhead squats. We're starting things off the right way for Masters competition. 25 overhead squats at 55 pounds, 80-foot dumbbell walking lunge with 35 pounds in each hand, and then finishing off with that final 25 overhead squats. A little sprint chipper, and sprint is the name of the game. You've got to ride that line, get below parallel, extend your hips all the way. No reps are costly, but no costly more than screwing up on those dumbbell lunges. You've got to basically be perfect if you want to win this event.
In lane 1, 60 seconds.
50 pounds, pardon me, 55 pounds on the overhead squat, 35 pounds for each dumbbell. We have the odd numbered lanes on the left side of the floor, the even numbered lanes on the right side of the floor. They will do their overhead squats, and then they will perform 4 lengths, line to line, for the 80 feet, and then they will finish on the barbell and then finish their event where they are now standing.
30 seconds, 30 seconds.
If you're looking for the older age groups, on the floor that you can see on the upper left-hand part of your screen, that's the main floor. That action's going on right now on the other screen. Lauren Khalil and Tommy Marquez are calling that, as we're doing things a little bit out of order here today, but as we stated earlier, at the end of the day, everyone will have done 3 events.
2, 1, go.
The first heat underway, 3-minute time cap, 25 overhead squats
3-minute time
at 55 pounds.
squat. 25 overhead squats, 80-foot dumbbell walking lunge, and 25 overhead squats.
Keep an eye on the judge's hands. Lane 7 closest to the camera. That's Megan Apostolaris in the white and black shorts on the right side of your screen.
Looking for that hand in the air. When they make it to that dumbbell, you will know who is in the lane.
Judge's hand in the air in lane 15 is Carrie Mail in the long black pants. Will be now the second woman to the lunges in lane 9. Kelly Jackson is on to the walking lunges as well. Kelly Jackson is an athlete with individual games experience, 2-time individual CrossFit Games athlete.
Quick moves with that lunge in lane 9. So we got lane 9 is your one. Lane
All the athletes onto their 80-foot walking lunge. Again, 4 lengths of that line to line, 20 feet total.
On to lane 15. This should be the last for Hope. She's going to set up down, lead the heat all by herself onto the barbell in lane 9. Just over.
Has some fast lunges in lane 15, right on the bar. Autumn Spence.
That's your 1 and 2.
Pardon me, lane 9 is Hope Cicero. I misidentified her. Lane 9, Hope Cicero is your leader.
We'll see Kelly in the next heat.
Kelly is in the next heat. I was looking at the wrong heat sheet.
We're going to get somebody trying to sneak it in here. Lane 9.
This is where you got to hold on, Sean. Don't listen to your legs. Don't listen to your shoulders. Listen to your judge. Do that. And then go as fast as you can for the final 25 reps.
Hope Cicero is in the yellow and black. Now in lane 15, that's Carrie Mail. Her judge's hand is in the air.
In lane 9.
Judge's hand's going in the air now also in the even numbered lane, so keep an eye on this finish. It is now lane 11. Jamie Latimer is in. Now in lane 13, Jonas Oscarsdottir is in.
And I think Cicero got in as well ahead of both of them right around that 2-minute mark.
We'll have to wait for the official results on that, but if that does hold, Hope Cicero will have the top time. We'll mark it down right now unofficially at 2 minutes.
So you should give that lane 9 good juju to Kelly Jackson in the next heat.
It's my first day. All right.
Welcome back.
Lay
Sean.
off.
Welcome back.
We got 10 seconds, so we're going to count you down.
10 seconds before we hit the time cap, and I believe everyone is done. So all the athletes in these opening heat
2, 1.
will make it.
This is the first time Heat 1 had all athletes finish in nearly 30 seconds left.
Hope Cicero, it looks like, is your unofficial heat winner right around 2 minutes. We'll try to get that official score from somebody on the floor here if we can.
All right, 201.
201 from Hope Cicero.
For our first heat of 40 to 44. She could have that one up quick.
Fastest time we've seen so far by any division. And as Sean, as you said, we still have a second heat left to go here for the 40-44 women.
And there will be some familiar names in that heat. Already mentioned Kelly Jackson, see? Getting ahead of the game. And Becca Voigt Miller will be in that heat as well.
The Cal Ripken of CrossFit Games.
Just unbelievable.
Sorry, Cal Ripken Jr.
So,
We have Carlene Matthews, Kelly Jackson, Andrea Pinheiro, who competed individually at the CrossFit Games this year. She's doubling up.
the first heat for the 40 to 44-year-old women is done. And now we are set for heat number 2, as Hope Cicero unofficially has the top time at 2:01. Hope making her 4th appearance at the CrossFit Games, her 3rd as a master. you guys are looking for official leaderboards and scores, you can go to competitioncorner.net. And if you're also looking for the older age groups, in the second numbered event, that's going on the floor in the upper left-hand part of your screen. And that's on the other stream that we have going on here from the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex. And Lauren Khalil and Tommy Marquez have that call. Chase and I will be over there in a little bit to watch these same age groups go through that event as well.
Which should be basically the opposite end of the spectrum from what they're doing here.
We'll be having our second women.
Sean, what I like to see in this age group in particular is that you see a lot of athletes that have had either previous Masters Games experience or individual games experience 5, 6, 7 years ago. Mm-hmm. And now they're back in action here on the competition floor.
The second heat.
All right, here they come. The heat two.
Making their way
women 40
out onto the floor.
Renee Martin, lane 1.
See Carlene Matthews there on the right side of your screen in the white and black shorts.
Rebecca Voigt-Miller in lane 17.
Now Becca Voigt-Miller is going to be in the even number lane. She's going to be working on lane.
Singleton in lane 14. Kelly in lane 13.
Probably should be in lane 17 will be Becca Voigt-Miller.
90 seconds.
So you're looking at her in the black shorts, white top, the black weightlifting belt there, left side, chalking up her hands. Qualified for the games 16 times. This is her 15th appearance. She's an absolute legend of the sport. Competed as an individual from 2008 all the way up to 2018 when she qualified for the CrossFit Games, and she was a master in the 35 to 39-year-old division. Her best finish was third place overall. That came back in 2011.
Now unofficial 201 from the last heat.
She is on the left side of your screen there in lane number 17. Again, the odd numbered lanes are on the left side of the floor, and the even numbered lanes are on the right side of the floor. 2:01, unofficially the top time from Hope Cicero.
30 seconds. Here we go, 10 seconds. Athletes stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
Second and final heat for the 40 to 44-year-old women is underway. Becca Voigt-Miller in lane 17 along with the rest of the athletes here onto their opening set of 25 overhead squats at 55 pounds.
To make that happen here, dumbbells of 35 pounds, a barbell 55 pounds.
James Shillington in lane 14.
40 to 44. Once they get the dumbbell, hand to the
She's in the black, and she is rifling through these. And she is now done. Shillington will be the first woman to the lunges. Carlene Matthews, far end of the floor in the white and black shorts. She was second. Now Becca Voigt-Miller making her way to the dumbbells. So we'll keep an eye on Shillington in lane 14 in the all black.
Lane 14.
Now making the turn, 4 total lengths.
On that 1 minute mark. Let's see if they can hold that down.
About a minute through here in a 3-minute time cap. Shillington now on her final lap.
And she's step for step with Carlene Matthews. They're finishing at the exact same time.
Yeah, Matthews making her way back to the barbell, and now here comes Shillington. Sorry, Chase.
And what's good with them is like their bar is close to the finish line. At the same zero.
Also in lane 13, Kelly Holm in the black shorts, black knee sleeves, white and blue shoes. Becca Voigt-Miller onto the overhead squats. Shillington continues that fast pace on the overhead squats in lane 14. It's between her and Carlene Matthews, opposite ends of the floor.
And Matthews starting to slow a little bit. Shillington's hand in the air. She has about 10 seconds to get that time to beat.
And Shillington is in, and that should be an event win for Shillington. Matthews came across the finish line, and also in lane 20, Rachel Green came in.
I think
Lane
both of those
12 and
times.
lane 10, Newlands and Pinheiro also finishing, and now lane 8, that's Amanda Cummins. And now it's a mad dash to the finish as we close out this second and final heat. But it's going to be Janine Shillington, who looks like she's going to bring home the event win to open things up here.
It might have been about 10 seconds faster than Cicero's time of 2:01, but both her and Carlene Matthews was sub-2 on that event.
She's going to finish it up and run in. Looks like we got all our
And now everybody
underneath
is
that time
in.
cap.
So for the second straight heat, all 20 athletes make it inside the 3-minute time cap. But it is Janine Shillington in the all black, middle right of your screen. She's walking towards the barrier there with the knee sleeves on, who's going to pick up the event win here. Shillington making her first appearance at the CrossFit Games. She did qualify for the Games in 2020. She qualified in 10th place in the 35 to 39-year-old division, and this will be her first career event win, assuming that result holds at the CrossFit Games. Great way for Shillington out of Grand Prairie, Alberta, Canada, to start off her competition. The 40 to 44-year-old women are done. We'll take a quick break. We will be back with the 35 to 39-year-old women here in event 3, the opening event for these age groups at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. Action continues here on the opening day at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games from the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex in Birmingham, Alabama. Thank you for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. The 35 to 39-year-old women, the opening heat taking the floor here for event number 3, an all-out sprint of overhead squats and walking lunges.
I mean, it keeps getting faster and faster. No surprise there as we get to the younger age divisions, as we are now dipping into the 35, 39, 25 overhead squats at just 55 pounds, 80-foot walking lunge with the dumbbells, 35 pounds in each hand, and then coming back to the barbell one final time. And this pyramid sprint chipper is just all-out speed, and execution is a huge part of this event.
Keep an eye on lane 12. Right in the middle of your screen in the white and black and the black knee sleeves. Walking back towards the rig. That's Andrea Nisler, who helped lead Rich Froning's Mayhem team to a couple of Affiliate Cup championships.
Just a few. I would say one of the most dominant female duos with her and Taylor Williamson, and Andrea also being a new mom here competing. Well, you've got Chelsea Hughes in this event. You've got Haley Murillo in this event. I mean, like
30 seconds, athletes, 30 seconds.
it's just a big stacked field of athletes who have made their way through the years in the CrossFit Games.
The 20 women on the floor for this opening heat. For the 35 to 39-year-old women, the odd number lanes on the left side of the floor and the even number lanes on the right.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
We are underway, 3-minute time cap. 55 pounds on the barbell, 25 overhead squats.
Walking lunge.
And then that 80-foot dumbbell walking lunge, that's 4 lengths.
On the barbell. 35.
And then 25 overhead squats here. Already seen a couple of no reps getting handed out for lack of depth.
And some of that, Sean, is just going as fast as you possibly can, knowing that a no rep here is maybe a second or a second and a half. Just got to listen to your judge, give what they take you.
We got a handful of women now onto the dumbbell walking lunges. Lane 4 is Holly Henderson. She towards the far end of the floor, black shorts making the turn. She is your leader right now.
Looks like we still got lane 13 is in the mix. That is a Sammy.
Also lane 13, Sammy Scorzelli. She's making her way back in the black knee sleeves, white top, black shorts.
Lane 4 is right there with
It is tight here in the opening heat for the 35 to 39-year-old women. This is the first event that they will face here in the competition. They'll do events 1 and 2 later on today. Andrea Nisler is now done, and she is back to the barbell. Also in lane 13, Sammy Scorzelli. She was the first back on the overhead squats. She's in the black pants, black shorts, and black knee sleeves, white shirt, middle of your screen. That's your leader, Andrea Nisler, in lane 12. Black shorts, black knee sleeves, white top, blonde hair. She currently sits in second. Judge's hand in the air now for Scorzelli, as she looks to be the first woman to finish here and might do it inside of 2 minutes. Meanwhile, on the right side of the floor, it was lane 4, Holly Henderson, who just beats Scorzelli across the finish line. Now Nisler is in. We have more athletes finishing up in the odd number lanes. Lane 15 in the yellow, that's Sonia Karaskova.
We're coming up on 45 seconds.
I'm seeing some awesome quote runs to the finish line.
Well, Holly Henderson, we know, took the heat just ahead of Sammy Scorzelli, and we'll try to get Henderson's time. Henderson's down on the far end in lane number 4. I think she's stretching there on the rig in the white shirt and black shorts. But she was right around 2 minutes.
I mean, everybody was right around that mark. And with an event like this, I would almost say that these are probably the more stressful events to do as an athlete, because there is so much on the line in terms of time and placing. And something as quick as this, sub 2 minutes, a 5-second difference could be 5 to 7 places. And that's just a no rep, or a misstep on the lunge, or a judgment call if you put it in the hands of the judge when you're trying to go as fast as you can.
And that's something that we've talked to before about Adrian Bosman when he's talked to us about games events, like a controlled freak out, where you got to go fast, but you have to be so precise, because as we've seen, especially on the lunge, that no rep, when you get called back because your knee doesn't hit, like that's extremely costly in an event like this.
And you're at the mercy at the intensity of the event, because you have to sprint these overhead squats, but you have to hit depth, you've got to hit extension. You have to drop the bar, race to your dumbbells, and sprint the dumbbell lunges, having quick turns, making sure your knee hits the ground, you don't stutter step, you open up your hips even if you step through. And then you got to get back to your bar and do the same thing all over again that you started with. And it's like you said, it's just absolute chaos at a level 10 intensity where fitness and execution come together.
Back to that overhead squat. There's some lead changes there.
The first heat of 35 to 39-year-old women is in the books, and we are getting set for the second and final heat, waiting for the official time on Holly Henderson, but she may have been sub 2 minutes on that.
That's what it's going to take. We've seen it in the last heat for the 40 to 44 women, sub 3 sub 2s. You know you're going to have to see that again. We still have another heat of women here for the 35 to 39 division.
Holly Henderson in her first appearance here at the CrossFit Games, looking to pick up her first career event win as she just edged out Sammy Scorzelli, who's also making her first appearance at the CrossFit Games.
And then usually if you're in the second heat, you do have an advantage of seeing the event take place, knowing what a good time to beat is, watching people navigate their strategy and their pacing. That's not the case here. There's only one way to do this particular event, which is kind of nice if you're in the first heat knowing this is second heat behind you. Now we'll see an event later today that's currently going on with the older age divisions with the rope climbs, the sandbag cleans, and the handstand walks, and that is highly dependent on how you pace this out, highly dependent on knowing what the time to beat is, and then how you approach dissecting that particular event. Here, it's not the case. It's just like I said, 3, 2, 1, go. Slam the pedal to the floorboard and just try to hang on for dear life, and hopefully that your judge, paying attention to what your judge is saying too, because a lot of times when you're going fast, a judge might give you a call. It's like, hey, stand up all the way. Hey, make sure we get down there. And you know that you're getting close to blurring that line a little bit too much when it comes to the racing portion of this event.
The athletes for the second and final heat here in the 35 to 39 division now.
We got heat 2. Heat 2's making the way to the competition.
Walking out onto the floor. Just around 2 minutes, the top time here from Holly Henderson.
90 seconds, 90 seconds.
Yeah, 90 seconds until they start.
Mackenzie Riley is a former individual games athlete who is in this heat. She's going to be on the left side of the floor. She'll be in lane 5. That's towards the farthest end. But
Mama too. Got to meet the kiddos yesterday while we're eating lunch, and they're when you got 2 kids under 3, it's a balancing act. That's a different kind of chaos, John.
Absolutely.
Different kind of chaos. Almost when you get out here, you're like, oh, thank God I'm out here on the competition floor. Who knew that sitting down for just a nice, quiet lunch?
I know. It's just, you almost don't know what to do with yourself. Mackenzie Riley's career started in 2016. She was in the team competition, finished 5th at the CrossFit Games. And then she made 4 trips as an individual. Her best finish coming in 2018 when she finished 18th overall. And she'll be in lane number 5. She's in the yellow top and the black pants, black shorts with the black knee sleeves right in center of screen.
Please stand by.
Another athlete we'll be watching is
3, 2,
Kelly Clark, lane
1,
16.
Go. Our ladies and gentlemen,
Making her way to the barbell, white top, black shorts, and the black knee sleeves. The 25 overhead squats at 55 pounds to kick us off here. Then it's the 80-foot walking lunge with those 35-pound dumbbells.
Trying to make it happen here.
Holly Henderson, time to beat.
For the last seed of 152.
152 unofficially for Holly Henderson.
Well, that's it.
Day number 1 of the 2024 CrossFit Masters Games continues here from the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex as the 50 to 54-year-old men are set to kick off their competition. We are glad you're with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Chase Ingram. Event number 3 kicks things off for these athletes, and this one is an all-out sprint. We have overhead squats and dumbbell walking lunges. Couldn't be simpler.
It's simpler to do, maybe not to judge or execute at the speed at which they have to go. And as you said, Sean, 25 overhead squats at only 75 pounds, 50 pounds on the dumbbell. From 54 down to 35, they're all using the same weights, so doing the same reps. We saw the same thing for the women. And if there's any indication of what this is going to be, execution and poise under duress and intensity is going to be a big separator here for these guys.
One guy we'll be watching is in lane 3. That's Sean Ramirez on the right side of your screen. Ramirez, a 4-time champion in the 40 to 44-year-old division. Finished second in 2018 and then was suspended for 4 years for testing positive for PEDs. This is his first time back at the games now in the 50 to 54-year-old division.
And listen, we've seen this happen. I mean, Ricky Garrard is one of those names where it happened, and he served his time, and then he came back, and he's been reinventing himself since then, and maybe we'll get the same thing from Sean. Like you said, he's been away for a long time, longer than his suspension, and this is really officially his first competition in the game season since then.
30 seconds.
The odd-numbered lanes will be on the left side of the floor. You're looking at those now, and the even-number lanes will be on the right side of the floor. The athletes will work into the middle, and then they will finish where they are right now. 3-minute time cap on this event, 75 pounds on the barbell, 50 pounds on each dumbbell. It's the opening heat, the first of 2 heats, 15 athletes on the floor for the 50 to 54-year-old men.
3, 2, 1, go.
And we are underway.
Overhead squat, Sean, is the Achilles heel for most, I would say, Masters athletes, especially on the men's side, because you think a lot of converts, athletes that turn to CrossFit later in life, is most of these guys with an athletic background, what did we always used to do? Just bench, buys, and tries. That doesn't really work well when it comes to overhead mobility in the long term.
Sean Ramirez working through his first set of 25 overhead squats. Keep our eye on the judge's hand. And in lane number 15, Aaron Brown's judge's hand is in the air. He's with the belt on. He just dropped the barbell. And also in lane 17, Robbie Davis is there. We have a few athletes in the even-numbered lanes on the right side of the screen. In lane number 8, Chad Augustin is onto the walking lunges. And Brian Wolf as well in lane 14. Wolf is in those yellow shorts and the headband. 4 total lengths here to make 80 feet.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, once they make it back down to that barbell, we have seen some lead changes.
And now a no rep
On those dumbbell lunges.
in lane number 13, Daniel Amseger. And we've seen this really be costly for athletes earlier in the day when the women were taking on
You
this
can
event.
lose it on the lunge. You can't necessarily lose it on the overhead squats because the reps are too quick, but you can definitely lose it on the lunge because of the time it takes to reset 5 feet and go back again.
That's Steve Selman in lane 6. He's your leader right now. He and Sean Ramirez are the 2 men on the barbell for their second and final set of 25 overhead squats. I believe Selman was there just ahead of Ramirez. Ramirez is on the right side of your screen now in the black shorts towards the far end of the floor.
A couple no reps in there, and sometimes we'll see that in the second half when the legs are fatigued and the shoulders are fatigued, and you got to stabilize that bar overhead.
Last and final rep in lane 6.
Yeah, lane 6. Selman is in, and he's going to take the event in about 2 minutes, 10 seconds unofficially. And Sean Ramirez are going to be the next man to finish up. His judge's hand is in the air. Final rep for Ramirez, and he is across. Meanwhile, on the other side of the floor in lane 14, Brian Wolf came across the finish line. Wolf in that black headband and yellow shorts.
20 seconds.
Lane 15 closest to the camera. That's Aaron Brown. Barbell's down for him. He'll make his way across the finish line. And also on the opposite side of the floor in lane 12, no shirt on underneath the rig with the backwards hat. That's Eirik Solin. He's sitting down underneath the rig. He just finished up. A couple more men getting in inside that time cap. And that will do it. So 2:10 unofficially from Steve Selman to set the time to beat, heading into the second and final heat for the 50 to 54-year-old men. Now, Sean Ramirez, I believe, finished third in that heat, as Brian Wolf just got across the finish line ahead of the former four-time Masters champion. We will reset the floor and get ready for the second and final heat for the 50 to 54-year-old men. Again, this is their opening event. This is event 3 in your programs, event 1 on the schedule. After this, these athletes will then face event number 1. That will not be streamed. And then we will see them back for event number 2 over on the main competition floor.
How to say, the guys moved pretty well in that first heat. And a little bit slower of the pace that we saw on the women's side. Women using that 55-pound weight, they were absolutely just hammering those overhead squats, and it looks like the men were a little bit more controlled, a little bit more, I would say, not full throttle, full send, because of, like we said, hard lines, full range of motion, tougher an overhead squat, especially when you're racing, especially at these weights. And it's, you know, maybe there was some discussion with the athletes in the back who's like, hey, listen, get to depth, stand up all the way. If you make it close, we won't count it. Which is the line you got to draw when it comes to an event like this.
And we actually saw an early no rep from Sean Ramirez on his second set of 25 overhead squats. That may have cost him second place in that heat to Brian Wolf, who just edged him out. And Ramirez at one point looked at his judge to get a little bit of an explanation, paused moving to make sure he knew what he was getting penalized for, and then got back to work. And in an event this quick, every second matters, and just a couple seconds can mean the difference between 3 or 4 places in the overall standings.
80-foot double dumbbell walking.
Awaiting the arrival of the men for the second of 2 heats for the 50 to 54-year-old men. And they are making their way out
Bring them out.
onto the competition floor.
Athletes, we got 2 minutes once you hit that floor.
Steve Selman unofficially will have the top time that these men will be trying to chase down at 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
This is my kind of division right here, gentlemen, 50 to 54. Hold it down here at the Masters 2024 CrossFit Games here in Birmingham, Alabama.
There will be 2 heats for every division.
90
in the
seconds. Athletes,
50 to 54-year-old division, and the 45 to 49, I believe it's.
We got Cook in lane 3.
50 to 54 is 2 heats of 15. Everyone else will be 2 heats of 20.
Corday in lane 5. Justin in lane 6. Jason Panis in lane 7. Simon Hope in lane 8. Kirk Robinson.
Lane 16, he'll be on the right side of the floor. He's chalking up his hands there in the white sleeveless shirt. That's Artur Komorowski, who is your defending champion in this age group. Finished first in the CrossFit Games last year, making his second appearance, or third, pardon me, appearance at the CrossFit Games. He did qualify in 2021, but didn't start that competition. 2 event wins in his career. He's out of Poland and looking to defend his championship here. We'll keep an eye on him on the right side of the floor in the even number lanes. Left side of the floor will be the odd numbered lanes.
What I like about this new format, Sean, as we talked earlier on the women's side, is that the last couple of years, only 10 have been qualifying for the CrossFit Games. Now we have 30 to 40, depending on the division we're in. So we have a lot of rookies here as well, mixing it up with these veterans.
Athletes stand by. Here we go. Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Go.
We are underway. 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Unofficially, the time to beat from Steve Selman out of heat number 1. And Komorowski closest to the screen in the white sleeve of the shirt, already getting hit with a couple no reps right off the bat.
I take it back about maybe the discussion of getting below parallel more often because there's a slew of no reps right at the beginning, but sometimes judges will do that to set the tone for the remainder of the event.
And now Komorowski's just burying those things on the deck.
50 to 54.
Check in on the odd number lanes on the left side of your screen.
30 seconds in.
And now hand in the air in lane 15 for Jamie McGarvin.
Already. Looks like lane 6 followed by lane 14. Just into lane 6.
Now lane 6, Justin LaSala. He's also a games veteran. LaSala far end of the floor. He is in the black shorts, white shirt, moving his way away from the rig on the lunges. LaSala, 6 total games appearances in his career. This is number 7 for him. His best finish was second in 2019 in the 45 to 49-year-old division.
And then the head judge just made him move his bar back into his lane because it had rolled out of the lane, so he had to stop, reset the bar, and pick up the dumbbells again.
LaSala is the man in the lead, and this will be his 3rd length. He's got to make one more trip down the floor before he'll get it. Make that, he's done. He's back to the barbell now, way ahead of the field here as LaSala gets to work on his 2nd and final set of 25 overhead squats at 75 pounds.
There's so much experience from LaSala. 2nd qualifying out of the 2024 semifinals coming into this CrossFit Games.
Well, Komorowski, the defending champ, meanwhile, is falling way in the back. He's closest to the camera in lane 16 as LaSala
90 seconds in.
continues to move here.
See a hand in the air for Justin.
And this is where the wheels come off, those last 10 reps of these overhead squats.
2:10, the time to beat. LaSala looking like he's going to hit that, no problem. And Justin LaSala going to pick up his 4th career event win at the CrossFit Games just around the 2-minute mark.
A common scene we have been watching at the end of this with the volume of squats, with the intensity and the lunges.
And now Jamie McGarva in lane 15 is in. More athletes putting their finishing touches on this final set of 25 overhead squats. Lane 14, that's Joel Hughes, he's across. And down in lane 8, Simon Hope is in. We got a race to the finish in lanes 11 and 7. Eric Smith in 11 and Jason Leaves in lane 7. But it's Justin LaSala who's going to pick up the event win. And now in lane 17, Nate Wantada out of Oakland, California has finished up. And we still have a few athletes out on the competition floor.
Now.
And Komorowski, our defending champ, is one of them. He gets time capped.
And a lot of that was just the overhead squats. We said it before, we'll say it again, is how important it is to test things that's going to challenge the athletes outside of just a skill, whether it's gymnastics or a heavy barbell that people can't do. There's movements that we have in competition that is challenging for some athletes to do if they don't have all their boxes checked. The overhead squat is probably the number 1 thing for a lot of masters athletes specifically that should be tested in a games event.
So Justin LaSala unofficially picking up the event win to start off his competition. Here's the 50 to 54-year-old men are done. We will take a quick break. We will come back with the 45 to 49-year-olds here on the opening day of competition at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. 50 to 54-year-old men are done, and we are ready for the beginning of the 45 to 49-year-old men. Heat number 1 taking the floor right now as we continue our first day of competition here at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram, and we open things up with a sprint.
A nasty sprint, very friend-like in a sense of it's just full blast. It's 25 overhead squats at 75 pounds, then an 80-foot dumbbell walking lunge with those 50-pound dumbbells that'd be down and back 2 times, and then back to the barbell for 25 more overhead squats. And we've seen a bit more athletes struggle on these last 25, at least for the men's division, than we have for the women. But it's all coming down to execution, getting right range of motion standards. Racing is one thing, but just keeping things in control. We've seen no reps hit on the overhead squats. You can manage a couple of those just for the fact that you're moving fast, but where you can't mess up is these dumbbell walking lunges, because that overhead squat at the pace they're going, maybe a second and a half, let's just say 2 seconds per no rep. That's manageable in the time. But for a dumbbell lunge, they're going to push you back. So that's more 5 to 7 seconds that you're going to lose. So make sure you're not going too fast and out of control on the lunge. And then just, I mean, I hate to say this on a broadcast, but, you know, play to your judge a little bit what they're going to let fly on your overhead squats.
Athletes, 30 seconds.
And we saw those overhead squats were a big problem for Arthur Komorowski, our defending champion in the 50 to 54-year-old division in the prior. He got hit with 3 or 4 no reps right off the bat, put him behind. He ended up getting time capped.
And sometimes when that happens, Sean, is that you start to lose that edge and intensity. It's like, okay, now I just need to slow down and make sure I don't get any more.
3, 2, 1, go.
Opening heat of the 45 to 49-year-old men is underway. 20 athletes on the competition floor, and right away,
45 to 49.
no reps right off the bat. 25 reps at 75 pounds before they get to those 2 50-pound dumbbells. And they will lunge those 80 feet, 4 total lengths from line to line.
We're just not clear about 30 seconds.
The judge's hand in the air in lane number 15. That's Luis Pessoa
Lane 12.
in the
lane 8.
black shorts out, putting his barbell down, getting to the lunges. Also on the right side of the street in the even number of floors, even number lanes, I should say. Brandon Fontenot
Not about the lunge.
got hit with a no rep, and he had to back up.
Keep our eyes peeled.
That's what I'm saying, the amount of time you're going to lose if you're not controlling your dumbbell lunges.
We got Lewis at 15. Pablo and Jason in lane 8 and 10. Just over 1 minute in.
And Luis Pessoa
Just over 1 minute in.
is your leader right now.
Making their way back.
He is in lane 16. He's the man with the white and pink shoes there and the black knee sleeves. This should be his final length. He'll put those dumbbells down. He's back to the barbell. Now also in lane 18,
Pablo, lane 8. Jason,
Martin Dowse in the yellow shorts is onto the overhead squat. So this one is extremely close right now.
It's about 3 or 4 guys all within 1 rep of each other on these last overhead squats.
Somebody sneaking in front of him.
That's lane 8. That is Pablo Donadio. Keep an eye on judges' hands here as we are in the final set of 25 reps. The right side of the screen, it's going to be lane 10. That's Jason Luukkonen. And in lane 12, Emerson Nagaheas is in. And now on the other side of the floor, more men finishing up. Chris Cable came across. And now in lane 4, James Telemaki is in. And Dustin Owen also finished.
30 seconds.
So 30 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. We'll have to get a time on Luukkonen.
A handful of gentlemen still chipping away.
But he was right around the 2-minute mark when we glanced at our unofficial clock that we're keeping here at the desk.
Squats and boys. Ooh, wait. 20 seconds.
The lane 16, that's Corey Kinley. He's the only man left. He will come across the finish line, and every athlete in that opening heat for the 45 to 49-year-old men makes it inside the time cap, and it's Jason Luukkonen who had the top time. And again, we are waiting for that result.
Put your hands together for heat 1.
The unofficial clock is brought to you by my iPhone.
Making do with what we have here.
We're having a good time. We hope you guys are too.
One heat down, one remains for the 45 to 49-year-old men. And Jason Luukkonen, who our good friend Bill Grundler is rather familiar with.
That's right. Bill coached him in wrestling when he was in high school. I don't know if I want to date Bill that much, but if this guy was in high school when you coached him, how old are you?
Yeah. Bill Grundler, the ageless wonder. Does he have a gray hair yet?
I don't think so.
It's just insane.
I'm trying to secretly find his stash of
Right.
hair dye somewhere.
It's gotta
I was
be
like,
there.
please tell me this isn't true, because I've got a couple coming in. Actually, I've got several coming in for a variety of reasons, but every time I look at Bill, I'm like, I love you, but I hate you at the same time. I'm so conflicted.
Getting set to bring out the men for the second and final heat of the 45 to 49-year-old age group. This is their first event of the day. Things are being done a little bit out of order just because of scheduling, equipment, things like that. So after these age groups do event 3, they will move over into event 1. That's not being streamed.
That'll be the running deadlift event that they'll be doing, and then they'll move to the final floor where they'll take on their rope climb, sandbag clean, and handstand walk event. But Sean, you're talking about the next heat we have coming up. And there are a lot of names in here, which I think is cool because we'll see two things at the CrossFit Games. The individuals competition, the young crew coming up, but then you have the old guard of the games, and they make their way in. It's basically the only division that's exponentially getting fitter as it goes on. And I'm looking at names in this. I've got Heath Moody. Nuna Costa is in this event. We've got Jason Grubb, who just doesn't lose at the CrossFit Games. And just a lot of other guys in here that have been in the sport for quite a long time, yet started in maybe late 30s, early 40s. And because we have a Masters division, they have an opportunity and an outlet to express their fitness outside the walls of their gym in an arena they wouldn't normally get to have. And it's cool to see this on Showcase here.
Yeah, you mentioned Jason Grubb, and he will be on the floor for this heat. Grubb has won this age group the last 3 years. And then prior to that, in 2019, he won the 40 to 44-year-old division. So the last 4 times Jason Grubb has showed up at the CrossFit Games as a master, he's finished in first place. And he will be on the left side of the floor. He'll be in lane number 11.
I've never been so happy to be 42 and to never have to cross paths with Jason Grubb.
That second set overhead squat.
Still waiting on Jason Luukkonen's official time, but he was right around 2 minutes.
And we had all athletes finish under that 3-minute cap in the last heat, which is the first heat that's done that so far.
7, Nuno Costa, lane 8, Robbie McCord in lane 9, Kate Hayes in lane 10.
You see Jason Grubb there in the middle of your screen in the yellow shirt, black shorts, talking with his judge.
And to his left in the white cutoff sleeve is Robbie Perovich, who, say what it is. Like Sean Ramirez, had to serve a drug ban several years ago. This is his first action back in contention. And actually had an injury back in one of the last years he competed with an Achilles injury. And so he's back into contention here after his time away.
I mentioned Jason Grubb and his accomplishments. He's trying to become the first master to win 5 straight gold medals.
It's like that elusive four-peat in the NBA. Just hasn't happened yet. And the challenge of that, too, is unique to the sport for the Masters athletes, because it's great when you turn 45 and you enter a new division as the young one. But then by the time you're 49 and 4 or 5 years go by and younger athletes come into your division, and to still be able to hold court, I think is an incredible accomplishment for these athletes.
And Jason Grubb is a guy who was not an athlete when he stepped into a CrossFit gym. He went into a gym just to get more
just
healthy
trying to lose weight.
and lose weight, and here he is now trying to make Masters CrossFit Games history.
3, 2, 1. Go.
And we're underway. Everybody trying to chase down Jason Luukkonen, who is right around the 2-minute mark.
Who's it gonna be?
We have an unofficial time being kept on our desk. We'll try to keep you updated on that. But 25 overhead squats at 75 pounds to open us up here.
And that's how you squat. Left side of your screen, that's how you get below parallel. Maybe stand up a little bit more, but other than that, that's a pretty solid overhead squat.
Will it be lane 11? How about 19?
The judge's hands in the air. First one is down,
Seconds in, hand in the air.
I believe, in lane number 3. Cristiano Leandro is the first man. Now Grubb is done. Closest to your screen in lane 19. Marcelo Riella and also Richard Vint in lane 15. Now in the even numbered lanes, everybody is on to the walking lunges. It looks like lane number 10, Kane Hayes, the leader on that side of the floor. We'll see who makes his way back to the barbell first here. 4 total lengths.
Haynes has a big lead on everybody else, a little bit closer on the odd side, but it is still Vint.
That's your 1 and 2. Who's going to pick that barbell up first?
The lane 15, Richard Vint, is onto the barbell, and also on the right side of the floor, lane 10, first man on is Kane Hayes.
And they picked up the bar at the exact same time. Now, one thing here is that for Haynes, cycling a little bit faster, and he's a bit closer to the finish line. Now, all things are even as far as distance traveled, but by the end here, there's a little bit of advantage here for him just based off where his bar is placed.
That is Kane Hayes trying to hang on to the lead. Judge's hand is in the air, and right behind him on the other side of the floor, Vince Judge's hand is in the air.
1 more rep remaining in lane 10.
And it looks like it's going to be Vince who gets across ahead of Haynes.
And Haynes really slowed on his last 5 reps.
And I'm not sure if he got inside of Luukkonen's time.
We got 1 minute.
About 157 maybe unofficially, as more men now starting to finish up here. Jason Grubb is already in, as everybody in the odd numbered lanes, they have finished. So the only men working now, lane 16, yellow shirt, that's Spencer Whitley. His barbell is down.
Yep, that's how it feels.
Was our 1 and 2. 30 seconds. Lane 4 chipping
And
away.
lane number 4, far end of the floor, is Andrea De Salvatore. And he is now in. So it's going to be close between Richard Vint and Jason Luukkonen. Those two men winning their respective heats very close to one another. You can go to competitioncorner.net to check out all the official scores and the overall leaderboards. We are not being given official scores or times. We're trying to just discern those on our own using Chase's handy-dandy phone.
If I remember
to start it.
Listen, I'm a fan just like anybody is out here, and sometimes I forget to start my phone.
The 45 to 49-year-old men are done. 40 to 44-year-olds up next as day number 1 continues here of the 2024 CrossFit Games for the Masters in Birmingham, Alabama. Stay with us, everybody.
one of 2 heats for our 40 to 44 division.
Action continues here as the younger men are opening up their competition with event number 3 at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. It's an all-out sprint. We've seen 2 age groups go so far. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram as the opening heat of 2 for the 40 to 40-year-old men are out on the floor right now, and just 2 movements, just stop the gas and go.
Exactly, and just hold on to the end and pray for dear life, because when you look at this on paper, 25 overhead squats at 75 pounds, 80-foot dumbbell walking lunge with 50 pounds in each hand, and then coming back to the overhead squats for 25 more reps. Looking at this on paper, even myself, I'm like, oh, that's not too bad. Yeah, I got to go fast, but how bad can it be? And then I watch these guys try to run across the finish line, which I'm putting in air quotes right now, and I immediately, my stomach sinks down low, knowing, oh no, this is what it's actually going to be like.
It's more of a painful shuffle that we've been seeing across the finish line.
Same run for different reasons.
The first of 2 heats for the 40 to 44-year-old men. Again, this is their first event. After this event, they will then do event number 1. And that's not going to be televised or streamed. And then we will see them again later on over on the main floor, which you can see in the background there with the ropes for event number 2.
1, go.
Event number 3 for the 40 to 44-year-old men is underway. 25 overhead squats at 75 pounds.
And the pace has definitely picked up for the 40 to 44 men that we've seen in the last 2 divisions so far.
4 overhead squats.
But the lane 20 is Antonio Bruno, and he is riding a line right now. His judge isn't calling it, so he's going to keep moving.
And that's the thing.
There's one.
Yeah, you got one right there. Head judge coming by telling him, and that's the deal, right? That's the challenge you have as the judge. For the athlete, you do what you're doing as fast as you can until you're told otherwise. It's not on the athlete anymore when it comes to this position. It's on the judge to hold the standard, and it's a challenging one with the overhead squat, the weight they were using, and the speed at which they need to go.
All the men onto their lunges, lane 14. Rocky Gagne is now making the turn. He's got the sleeveless shirt on, black shorts.
Nicaragua making his way back.
And he should be just about done on this one. He'll put the dumbbells down. He'll make his way back to the barbell. Meanwhile, down in lane number 9, Josh Boonstra, I believe, will make that lane 7. Thiago Jacome is on, and Danny Burke is on the barbell as well. Danny Burke in lane 19 closest to the screen. Now all the men returning to the barbell now for the final time, but lane 14, keep an eye on Rocky Gagne.
Judge's hand to go in the air, just 90 seconds remaining.
About 1:30 right now.
Are we going to have
The final rep going on here for Danny Burke as he's across, but it was in lane number 9. Josh Boonstra, I believe, who got across the finish line first, and now more men starting to come across. But it was close, around 1 minute 50 seconds for Boonstra in lane 9.
2-minute mark. Our gentleman trying to finish it up. Lane 6. He's making his way in. That's my man.
And now lane 11, that's Gregory Patier.
30 seconds, gentlemen. Lane 20. 2 more reps.
And that leaves Antonio Bruno as the only man left on the floor. It's Josh Boonstra unofficially taking the heat at 1 minute 50 seconds. Just edging out Antonio Bruno, or pardon me, Danny Burke. Danny Burke in lane 19 was battling with Boonstra for the lead there. And as you said, the pace clearly picked up in that heat.
You know, Sean, as someone who's turning 42, I have these dreams and aspirations of maybe one day I'll get back into the competition floor in this division. And then a heat like this goes by, and I realize those are just dreams. And if I want to chase those dreams, I need to get a whole lot fitter.
It is almost criminal how fit some of these athletes are at this age. And I used to think the same thing. Once I get to Masters, I'm going to be good. And now I'm like, if I was in this 60-plus women's division,
I would still get last. I think
Look
of it
out,
like,
Hazel, I'm coming for you.
it's like playing basketball or one-on-one with my brother in the backyard, and it's best of 2 out of 3, and all of a sudden it's 5 out of 7, and then it keeps going. So I've been saying that. It's like, all right, when I turn 35, all right, when I turn 40. Now I'm like, hey, 45 is not looking too bad either, and I'll just keep kicking that can down the road and just pretend that one day I'll make it back out here on the competition floor.
Well, Josh Boonstra right now, unofficially the top time in that opening heat, right around 1 minute 50 seconds. As the second heat of the 40 to 44-year-old men is getting set to take the floor. And then we will hand things over to the 35 to 39-year-olds, and they will be done with event 3. And as I mentioned, they will then move over to do event number 1. That will not be streamed, and then we will see them for event 2, which will be their third and final event of the day. So the one thing you just need to keep in mind, everyone's doing 3 events today.
Yeah, everybody's running their own race. They're on their own path. I used to do this actually as well when I would run Masters competitions. I used to run qualifying events for the Legends competition, and with floor space and scheduling, keep in mind there are hundreds of athletes here competing in multiple, up to 14 different divisions for both the men and women. And in order to facilitate a massive undertaking like this, you got to be a little bit creative. And what they're doing here is actually a fantastic thing because, listen, if you're going 1-3-2 in the official written order, and someone in a different division is going 2-3-1, it doesn't matter. They're all doing 3 in one day. They're all taking the same test at the end of the day, and that's what we're doing here to make sure everybody gets an opportunity to compete here in Birmingham.
There's also a team competition going on with the manage.
And kind of a new venture, a new area. We also have 70 plus as a beta test for a lot of these athletes because, as we said earlier, it's the only division that's getting better every year exponentially, and that's either by fitness, and it's by fitness plus aging beautifully here in the CrossFit space. And now that we have 70-plus-year-old athletes that are at a point where they can be in competition, this division in this category, in this demographic, is only going to get bigger. It's only going to get better, and it's going to be great for not just the sport here on the Masters side, but just a great beacon of hope and inspiration in the CrossFit gym itself.
Second heat of men in the 40 to 44-year-old division making their way out onto the floor. He's like Guido Trinidad, if you knew where to look. Familiar name.
Here's in lane 5, Aaron in lane 6, Sprint lane 7, Dustin. McWilliams in lane 8, Bruce McMasters in lane 9, Julian in lane 10.
And for a Thursday here in Birmingham, this crowd has been pretty good throughout the day.
It's absolutely fantastic in here, and the way it's all set up is everything's just spaced out just enough to give people room to watch the divisions that they want to watch without overpowering each other with the music or the MCs, and not being so spread out that it seems empty in here. I was talking to Bob and Joe who were putting this on, and they're exceeding what they thought would happen here as far as spectatorships showing up. And as you said, it's a Thursday. Absolutely incredible so far. I can't wait to see what happens the rest of the weekend.
And I think one thing that helps too is just having that team competition that's more for the community. Those people have a chance to come and compete on this competition floor and then be spectators. It really does feel like an old school kind of community event here.
Well, you got a bunch of kids in the stands. I see kids on shoulders. I see kids holding on the barbells and yelling, "Go mom, go dad." I mean, that's the grassroots thing that we all do here. Yeah, it's a competition, but just, man, what these athletes are putting on display here is fantastic. But like you said, it's the surrounding community around it is the thing that binds us all together. This is the show, but the real thing is the community around it.
30 seconds and 25 overhead
Well, this event, just to reset things here, is a sprint. We're starting with 25 overhead squats at 75 pounds. Then it's an 80-foot dumbbell walking lunge. It's 4 lengths, so 2 total laps with the dumbbells, and then a final 25 overhead squats. And the athletes will finish where they will start. For 10 seconds.
Athletes stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, gentlemen, you got to watch it here.
Second and final heat underway. 1 minute 50 seconds unofficially from Josh Boonstra. The time to beat.
They're going to finish up with that
25 reps at 75 pounds.
to make it happen, and if they want
Super lightweight, not a high volume set of reps for the first set. You feel it definitely on the second round after the lunges.
and in the air, lane 14.
The lane 14 judge's hand in the air for Alexander
Here
Jolivet.
we go, already moving. Looks like we got lane
And
10.
Jolivet
Lunging out first.
is among the leaders here. That is lane number 10. That's Julian Serta, who looks to be out front, other side of the floor, the odd-numbered lanes.
Lane 3.
In lane number 13, it's Josh Hazovac. And in lane number 9, Louis McMaster in the yellow shirt just got sent back, had to finish that up. And we have seen that be really costly. Those no reps on the lunges.
You get a no rep on a lunge, and it's basically it. You're going to lose 3 or 5 spots because of the nature of this event. It's so fast. 5 places determined based off seconds alone.
The 150 is the time to be. Worried about the 1 minute, 20 second mark.
Is it lane 10?
And lane 10 is Julian Serta,
Hands are going in the
getting set to finish up. Also, keep an eye on lane number 3. We'll keep you posted on what's going on with
Hand in the air, lane 10.
Michio Quesada.
That's the man, Julian.
Serta getting set to finish, and he is done, and that's going to be close. 135 unofficially, so looking like he's going to bring home the event win. And now down in lane number 3, Chicho Quesada is now in. Lane 17, Jonathan Edel came across. We have more men finishing up on the even number, and there's that. Just forward locomotion and pray you have enough momentum to get yourself across the finish line.
Last final rep here.
Now in lane 20, that was the hobble
16.
from Michael Walsh.
And it's also when you pray that you got your bar closest to the finish line, so you can just, big tree fall hard your way to the finish line.
Well, every man in that heat is now done inside the time cap. 1 minute, 35 seconds for Julian Serta, looking like he's going to pick up the event win.
It looks like all our gentlemen are in.
All day, and we just dropped that by nearly 15 seconds in one heat.
You can see Serta, he's going to be now coming into view on the right side of your screen. Isn't he all yellow? Walking off the competition floor. Serta making his first ever appearance as a master at the CrossFit Games. He was at the Games in 2018. He was on a team that year, and he took 8th place. But starting things off with a win here as the 40 to 44-year-old men are done. We will take a quick break. We'll be back with the 35 to 39-year-old men in Event 3, the opening event for that age group in the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. 35 to 39-year-old men taking the floor here
Ladies and
as
gentlemen, this is heat one
we
of 2 heats
bring event number 3 to a close on the opening day of competition at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. Thanks so much for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Chase Ingram. Event number 3, the opening event for these men, as we have seen play out constantly, is just an all-out sprint.
Man, 25 overhead squats, 75 pounds, 80-foot walking lunge. You look in the tardy screen, down and back twice with 50-pound dumbbells in each hand, and come back to that barbell one more time for this last 25 overhead squats.
First of 2 heats for the 35 to 39-year-old men. After this event, these athletes will then take on the opening event number 1. That's not going to be streamed. Then they will take on event number 2. That will be streamed. And it's going to be about 15, 20 minutes from now.
Oh, yeah.
So once we wrap up these 2 heats, action on this floor, this stream will be done. Chase and I will move over to floor number 1, the main stream. So switch over to that, and we'll have event number 2 starting with the 50 to 54-year-old women.
Rope climbs.
Clear as mud.
Sandbag cleans and handstand walks. But what I love in those divisions is that they're all doing the same thing. The only change will be the 50 to 54, just one less rope climb. Same weights, same reps, same distance on the handstand walk. Just shows you how good collectively these athletes are getting year in and year out. And I love to see the challenge. I love to see the challenge out there. It used to be a little watered down once you got over 45. That's not the case anymore.
We're starting to see some names that we saw compete as individuals filter into the Masters division. Far into the floor in lane number 4, Elijah Muhammad, a guy who's been to the CrossFit Games as an individual before. 2015 is his debut. There is Easy in lane 4.
Go. All right, here they go. Bring them out, bring them out.
We are underway.
35 to 39.
25 overhead squats at 75 pounds.
Overhead squats.
And we've seen Elijah Muhammad snatch a house and jump over it at the same time. There's a time he had a 400-pound overhead squat back in his individual days.
In 2015, he's at 16th place overall. That was his best finish as an individual. It's his first games appearance since 2017. Last time he was there as an individual. Judge's hands starting to go in the air. Lane 15, Julian Lopez. His barbell is down, and now also in lane 2, Will Kane is on to the lunges. Will Kane, top of your screen.
A little bit of a lead change.
Along with Dex Hopkins.
We're coming up on that 1 minute mark.
Just thinking about the speed at which they're going, Sean, they did their 25 overhead squats in just around 30 seconds. So just a hair over 1 second per rep on these overhead squats.
So it's 2 total laps.
1 minute mark.
And we'll keep an eye on lane 15, Julian Lopez. He's got the black knee sleeves on, sleeveless shirt, making his way back. On the right side of the floor,
that is Kevin in lane 17.
In
Anthony Vasquez.
That's lane 6.
Squat now to set the time to beat.
Simone Paquette, another former individual competitor. He's towards the middle top of your screen, white shirt, black shorts. He was the first man onto the overhead squats. Simone was at the CrossFit Games well all the way back in 2013 as an individual, and he took 26th place, and right now he's the leader here. Judge's hand in the air in lane 17, and it is going to be Kevin Schutz who's across first. Simone Paquette is now in as well.
Who's going to be that third spot? Lane 8 and lane 2.
Lane 8, Anthony Vasquez and Will Kane also coming across, and now a race on the other side of the floor. So Kevin Schutz, we know, wins that heat. Waiting for a time on him. 1:45 unofficially.
Lane 10's going to finish up. Hopkins has one more. Bar is down, and he is
Dex Hopkins at the top of your screen, far side of the floor. He's in, and also in lane 13.
45 seconds.
Peter Mazarek is in.
Quick scan of the floor.
And now every man has finished well inside of that 3-minute time cap.
The 39 are in.
But it's Kevin Schutz at 1 minute 45 seconds setting the time to beat here.
I mean, they're all done right around 2:15.
That was impressive.
Blistering. What's crazy, too, is that you had guys all within 5 to 10 seconds of each other, but 5 to 10 places on the leaderboard. I mean, it's wild to think that seconds are place finishes here. But when you have an event that's sub 2 with 50 reps of overhead squats and then lunges, I mean, jeez.
Looks like that 144 unofficial time there.
Kevin Schutz,
And he won. Looks like a CP.
who's making his first appearance
Do some work.
as a master. He was a member of that CrossFit Coda team that finished 21st last year at the CrossFit Games. Looking to pick up his first career event win, but we still have one heat to go for the 35 to 39-year-old men.
Tell you what, there's a couple guys in this heat that we saw, close to a 135 for the 40 to 44 men. Well, you got Will Morad in this heat. Not only is he built for it physically, his fitness level to be combined with something like that. Paul Tremblay's back in competition for the first time since, I think, 2019. Bronislav Alenkowicz, Mitch Wagner. I mean, this is the fun part about the 35 to 39 division. The old legends coming back into play, getting back into competition, take some time off to live life, to start families, start businesses, dig some roots, and now, if time and priority allows them to, they get to get back on the big stage.
Paul Tremblay made his CrossFit Games debut all the way back in 2012 on a team.
Last and final heat.
We'll see him here. You also mentioned Will Morad.
Of our Masters CrossFit Games in 2020.
He'll be out here on the floor here in a second as well, as we are awaiting the arrival of the athletes who will close things out here in event 3. Second and final heat for the 35 to 39-year-old men. Again, after this event, these age groups now slide over to event number 1. They'll finish that one up, and then they close the day out with event 2. 3 total events that they will be doing. They're just going to do them out of order. And we will have event 2 in its entirety coming up in just about 15 minutes. So that'll be over on the main stream, not the stream. What is that, 100 meters?
Yeah, it's further than I even want to right now, but I feel
we'll
like
be winded when we
out. See a mean mustache waiting in the aisle.
Yeah, Craig Kenny, my favorite story about him is that when he would do football training in high school, he would push a car up a hill.
Nation.
Just make do with what you got.
Craig Kenny looks like he's straight out of a Predator movie. Walking around with a Gatling gun and a
He doesn't have time to
booty
bleed.
hat. Yeah.
Our ladies and
Athletes
we
making their way
won't
to the
use any
floor.
other quotes from that actor in that movie, barring cancellation. It's different times.
And there is Craig Kenny, Anthony
44.
Antonio Barbati is there as well. A lot of guys that we've seen at the regional level.
Got Kyle Cannon, lane 1. Second CrossFit lane 2. Carlos, lane 3. Great.
A lot of guys that we see fixtures at the semifinals, regionals the past few years now making their way into the Masters competition. Mark Hutchinson, another guy who's in this heat.
Lane 8.
That guy's been around for a long time.
Will Morad, lane 10. Chase Smith in lane 11.
The odd number lanes are on the left side of the floor. Even number lanes are on the right side of the floor. Lane 10, no shirt on, belting up. That's Will Morad.
Mitch in lane 14. Nick in lane 15.
Will Morad, captain comeback a few years back. He overcame a 76-point deficit in the final event of the Syndicate Crown to earn a trip to the games in 2022. Now, the man who got left out because of that comeback was one James Sprague.
Mr. James Sprague, your current,
Who
now
pulled off
defending, reigning fittest man on earth.
a comeback of his own on the final day. So things coming full circle there. 145 from Kevin Schutz. That is the time to beat.
Got about 1 minute. And just a little calm before the storm. You see a lot of different things in some guys swaying 1 foot forward, some just standing there passively, just trying to keep the nerves down. Because with these overhead squats at these weight and the speed at which they know they need to go, you get a little bit squirrely, a little bit out ahead. You're going to start taking some steps, getting some no reps, and then fall behind the pack.
Now, Bronislav Alenkowicz, he's the man with the backwards hat on in lane 13. Now, this will look like an empty barbell
Might
for
as well
him.
be a PVC 5, honestly. It's classic backwards hat.
10 seconds, gentlemen. Athletes, stand by. 3, 2, 1. Go.
Second and final heat underway. 1 minute, 45
3
seconds.
minutes on
Kevin
the clock,
Schutz is the time to beat. We opened with a 25 overhead squats at 75 pounds, and as we have seen in prior heats, right off the bat, some no reps. Bronislaw Lenkowitz, middle of the screen there in the backwards hat, having no problem with that.
50 pounds on the dumbbell. Once they make it that dumbbell, you'll see who is in the lead.
Keep an eye on judges' hands. That'll let us know who is in the lead. And in lane number 12, Gary Jones, one of the first men, and Paul Tremblay is on to the lunges. I think Tremblay got there just ahead of everybody else. Tremblay, left side of your screen, lane 17, the early leader here. So 2 total laps, 4 lengths.
It's right there with them.
As Tremblay
Gary and Will Morad. Looks like Morad
is
a few steps on it there.
just 1 length away before getting back to the overhead squats. We're not even a minute in yet.
Will Morad is making his way back. Gonna set those dumbbells down. Will Morad takes the top spot.
Will Morad is also in the mix of the lead. Morad now back to the overhead squats. He's the first guy to the barbell. So Will Morad is now in the lead. Paul Tremblay now getting to the overhead squats. 2 men on opposite sides of the floor. As you can see Tremblay in lane 17. He's closest to his finish line, as is
Safile is there.
Will Morad. The Morad, no shirt on in that blue belt.
Will just got a couple of no reps.
Morad may not have been standing up all the way. The head judge kind of came over to check it. Paul Tremblay's touch, his hand is in the air. So Tremblay now with a no rep. Morad's hand is in the air as well. Oh, whoa! And meanwhile, it was Jones who got in ahead. Morad finished in second. Tremblay, I believe, was third.
Jones just dove across the finish line.
And Gary Jones in lane 12 just selling out. Jeez.
And with him, Morad, and Tremblay, honestly, I don't know.
It was
It looked like
extremely
Jones,
close.
but you couldn't see Paul on the other side of the floor.
Yeah, Paul Tremblay in lane 17, I'm giving the pen from his judge to sign his card, but he and Morad were in a close battle, but it was Gary Jones in lane 12, who looks like he got in. Now the question is, did he do it inside of 1 minute 45 seconds to pick up the event win?
That's a great question, Sean.
That's where a clock comes in handy.
138.
Jeez.
CompetitionCorner.net, they'll have all the results for you once they're tabulated.
There you go.
We just talk about what we said.
138-1.
138-1.
50 from a man, Jones.
138-1 for Jones is going to be your winning time. And you got to think that Tremblay and Morad are going to finish second and third.
By less than a second or maybe 1. And I said, it's like Will got a couple of no reps on those last 25.
CompetitionCorner.net has all your scores and results. We are done here now on this stream. Join us on the main stream here in about 10 minutes for event 2. We're going to start with the 50 to 54-year-old women. We will see you in 10 minutes as action continues at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games.